Okay, before starting with the session, we just want to know what are the things we are going to learn. Okay, in this FTP program for all these 5 days. Okay, so that we will first come to know, and then we'll get into the things once again. Okay, first we will see. So in this particular FTP program, we are going to learn about a MERN stack. So MERN stack, you might have heard it before. So MERN is a very popular, stack which is used in the multiple industries, right? In the IT industries, they are mostly using this MERN stack. We will see why they are using it and what are the important things. Before getting detailed information about that, let's see what are the prerequisite before starting this FTP. So prerequisites is nothing but the basic knowledge of using internet at the computer systems that we all know, and basic understanding of problem solving, and good knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JS, and the introductory understanding of programming. And what are the tools I want to install on my PC? So I think you have received this particular file, but I'll just confirm once again. So the computer system with Windows, or you can use Linux also, compatibly with the required softwares. Okay, and high-speed internet connection, and so the faculty members have to install this Visual Studio Code on your laptop. So here is a link. Okay, you can install it on your laptop. So while I'm just getting into the code part, I will show you how we can do this. Okay, and you need to install this Node.js on your PC, and then uh, the session planned for 5 days. So what are the session plans we have for all these 5 days? So for the day one, okay, for the day one, we will learn two things. That is the basic essential concepts of a full stack web development, like the HTML and then CSS. Okay. Okay. And here, after knowing the concepts, what is SDLC, software development life cycles, that is web development life cycles, and here we will create one portfolio. Okay, we will create one portfolio, and then in the day one in the afternoon, we will learn about the GitHub. And some Copilot concept for this GitHub. Okay, so this is the agenda for today. For the day two, you will be learning about the basics of JS in the morning, and the afternoon you will learn about the advanced concepts of JS. Okay, and for the day three, so here we will understand about the basics of the React concept and the advanced of React. Okay, and on the day four, you will come to know about the Node.js concept, and the afternoon, Express.js. On the day 5, so on the day 5, you will come with a conclusion. You will come with a conclusion of integrating the front end and the back end. Okay. So this is the main thing we are going to learn for all these 5 days. I hope everyone is clear up to this. So any questions on this, please let me know. Okay. Okay. The next thing is so not only learning these things. So we also follow some criteria that already Sandeep have explained. I want to remind you. Okay, we should have at least of 70% of attendance to get the certification. Okay, at least 70% of attendance should be mandatory, and then uh, after this, you'll be having this. The second criteria is like a baseline assessment. You need to clear this baseline assessment. And on the final day, you'll be having a final and then end term assessment. Okay. So these are the criteria to get a certification. Okay. These are the criteria. 70% of attendance, and on maybe you'll be having today or tomorrow, maybe. So the baseline assessment on the final day, on the 5th day, that is on the Saturday, you'll be having a final and the end-term assessment. And for the attendance, we will be sharing one attendance form. Okay. So it will be shared in between the, before the lunch break, you can mark your attendance. All right. So any questions, any queries from any of the faculties? No questions? Okay, Rishikesh. Actually, Rishikesh has shared the Visual Studio Code link and also the Node.js. You can just copy it. Okay, let's get into the topic now. So what you will learn in this lessons, the basics of, web application, and then the application development model and the life cycle, and the static development using the HTML and CSS. So these are the learning objectives we are going to learn today. Okay. So the first and the foremost questions, like why do we utilize the web application? Why we need to use the web application? So what is web application first of all? So can I get some answers from your end, faculties? So what is website and what is web application? Is Shanmugaveni, Vijay Lakshmi, Kalyani? Can I get some answer? What is website and what is web application?
Website is nothing but set of pages, web pages.
Okay.
And application means individually we are working with a particular for application. It need not be a website. We can use it for example, for calculating current bill like that. We can use application.
Okay. Yes, great, great. Thank you for your answer, Harikana. So website might have only a static web pages. Okay. So actually, website, if you see, so as Harika ma'am told, like we have a multiple pages will be there, but it is not like interactive. Let's say when we go with a web application in the sense we have some data management, right? Database managements and online transactions can be done. Uh, we can take some online rider. Okay, so if we book in cities and all, you can see if we ride any particular, if you are choosing a bike or car or auto, so whatever it's going to be. So once we travel, we need to pay them. So it is an online transaction and it is secured, right? So that kind of application we can call it as a web application. So static, the website I can say, so we can consider some portfolio or blog. So that is going to be called as a website. Clear everyone? So this is a difference between a website and web applications. Web application interact to the user. Yes, exactly. You're right, sir. So, so now we understood what is web application, right? But why do we want to utilize it? What are the main purpose of using this web application? So the first one, the accessibility. So what do you think in accessibility means? So accessibility means you can, access them from any devices, right? You can, so let's say whatever the application, let's consider the WhatsApp or any Walmart app, okay? So what we can do it, access it on the system, on my computer, on my laptop, or I can use it on my mobile also, right? So I can use it on the all the devices. Accessibility. And the second one is going to be an interactivity. So what is
Uma,
interactivity? Yeah.
Your screen is not visible, so kindly share your screen. Sorry to
Sorry.
disturb
Thank you.
you. Yeah.
Thank
No
you.
issue.
Thank you.
You can.
Okay. So the first one is accessibility. Accessibility in the sense web application, web apps can be accessible. So on my, computer or a laptop, or I can use it on my mobile also. So what is interactivity? So interactivity in the sense, so I will be getting in a dynamic response. Let's say, if I want to provide some dynamic and interactive user experience, okay, so I can, what I can do is I can share some feedbacks. Once they are using this application, we'll be getting some feedback form or something else. So we'll be filling it, right? So that is interactive. And then, so next is the convenience. So what is convenience in the sense like, they can support the various, business functions like online transactions and customer services and even data managements and making the process more efficient. Okay. So that is the third in your utilization. And what is the cross platform? So what is cross platform? From the name itself, we can know. So what is cross platform? Anyone? Yes, if possible, you also can switch on the camera.
Cross
Yes, can any?
platform means you can access on any platform, like you can access from Windows, Linux, Mac OS, any OS. You can, from that you can access the application.
Yes, exactly, Runal sir. So we can access it on a multiple, that is, we can use it on the different devices. Different device in the sense, I can say a different OS, operating system, right? So on the Windows or Linux. So that is the best, options we have in using this web application. I can use it on the, Linux, or I can use it the same app on my Windows also, right? So that is a main utilization concept. And then what is the last one? The last one is going to be the scalability. They can be easily, updated and maintained. So let's say the process of delivering some new features or new implementation to my web application that can be easily implemented, whether it's going to be in a different OS. So not a problem. It is applicable to all the devices, right? So this is the reason why do we use this web application. And next one, what are the some well-known examples of web apps? So what are the some well-known web apps? Can anyone tell me? Like, so whatever the apps, web apps name, you can just put a message or you can tell me. Whatever the application we use. Normally, on a daily basis, we are using a multiple applications. IRCTC, ORG, okay. Amazon, Facebook, Gmail, yes. Wait. Redbus.com. Okay, okay, fine. So these are the some applications we normally use. Ola, Uber, yes, exactly. In the city side, mostly most of them is preferred to use this application. And Redbus, obviously, when we are traveling for a different location, so we definitely need this redbus.com. So we'll see what we have in our slide. Thank you for all the responses. Okay. So these are the, some well-known examples of web apps. So most of them have given the exact answer. Facebook is there, Trello is a project management tool, right? And Gmail, and we have Calendar, Drive, and videos, and Canvas, Netflix, Dropbox, and there are different, applications we have. So these are all the different web apps. Okay. And now, what is a full stack developer? So whenever the students is approaching for an interview, they will they need to know why they are going to learn this particular course, right? So if it is a MERN stack, why they need to learn from this, what they are going to get, right? So obviously they are going to get some job, but what is the process or the purpose of learning this particular course, and what are the roles and responsibility they are going to have it in their organization? Okay, so let's see who is a full stack developer. From this image, you can see there are different, front end technologies and database and back end technologies has been mentioned here, right? So let's see who is a full stack developer. So before getting the answer, so seeing the answer, can you tell me full stack developer? Who's a full stack developer? Who's called as a full stack developer? So there are three different things, right? Front end, back end, and then we have one more thing, that is database, right? So all to combine together, we'll call it as what? Yes. So who knows about the front end, back end database also? Yes, exactly. So everything together, it is going to be called as a full stack developer. So front end, in a front end, we have a different technologies, we have a different libraries and frameworks. As you can see in the back end also the same thing. So we have a different technologies and libraries and the frameworks. And for database, we have a different databases, NoSQL and SQL databases, right? So, uh, so depending upon the students' knowledge, they will get this full stack developer role. So whether they are going to, example, let's see, in a front end part, whether they're good in the React or whether they are going to have a good knowledge in the Angular. So they have to pick the back end according to that. Okay, so in a React, if they are taking a React, then they can go with even they can go with the Spring Boot, or they can go with the Node.js and Express.js as well, right? So there are different technologies are combined together. So that is called as a full stack developer. So now let's see what is in the slide. A full stack developer helps build and maintain both the front end and the back end of the website. So most of them given the same answer. Great. So this involves working on the user interface as well as the server database and the application logic. So writing a logic is a very important thing, the business logic, right? So if they are, let's say for an example, if they are working in a healthcare, okay, if they are going to work as a full stack developer for the healthcare process, then how it is going to be? They need to write the business logic on that particular concept, right? Or if they are going to work with some financial related companies, then they are going to write a business logic on that. So that is not going to be the same thing, right? But the business logics are going to be a different, but the whatever the concepts we are learning for this front end back end database is going to be the same thing, but logic differs. And what are the key responsibility of this as a full stack developer? If they are going for a particular role as a full stack developer, they need to create and maintain the web services. What is this web services and interfaces? Web services in the sense how the request is going, like HTTP request uh, from the client to the server. So how it is processing, that is a main idea they should know. Okay, it is not only creating a front end page. They should know how it is interacting with the client and the server. Okay, and also they should know about the APIs, the application programming interfaces. So nowadays, if they are going for any interviews, so obviously in the interview point of view, they, the interviewer will ask them to create an application using this API. Okay, and they are involved in both a front end and back end development. So this we already know. So what are the technologies and the things they need to follow? Let's say, so for the full stack developer, it is not only creating a front end. So they have to work with the back end and the database. Once it is done, so what is the final point? They need to test. Then if they are getting some issue, they need to troubleshoot the software and fix the bugs, right? They are the responsible for the testing the application, the entire application. Okay. So what is MERN stack now? Question goes to you. What is MERN stack? Kalyani ma'am, you're asking for the PPT. You will be having it on the LMS from next year onwards. You'll be having, but if you want after the session, I will be sharing with you. Okay. Krunal, yes, Mongo, Express, and React and Node. Yes, exactly. Okay. So what is this MERN stack? So MERN stack is a set of a JavaScript based technology used for full stack web application. So why it is called as a JavaScript based technologies? So if you see in this MERN stack, okay, tell you. So this is the front end. The front end code is based upon the JavaScript, and even your backend is based upon the JavaScript. So that is why they are saying like it's a set of JavaScript based technologies, and this is for building a full stack web application. It consists of four main components that we already know, right? So what are those? First one is MongoDB and Express.js, React.js, and Node.js, right? So React is can anyone tell me what is the front end in all these technologies? What is the front end and what is the back end and what is the database? So which is a front end and which is a back end and which is a database?
React is a front end, ma'am, and
Yes.
HTML. Then
Okay.
CSS for we have to do some frameworks for properties. Then backend is MongoDB. Then Node.js is one of the runtime of JavaScript environment.
Okay. Thank you, Vijayalakshmi ma'am. It was really a good answer.
Thank you.
As I got some chat messages also. MongoDB is a database, and database React is a front end. Exactly. Okay, let's see what is a front end. So here the React is nothing but it's a front end. Okay. So in this front end, what we can do, we can only create a user interface. So whatever the client is going to see on their system, okay. So it is whatever the application, or it is going to be a form, or whatever it is. So the front end part, the user interface, it is going to be a React.js that is designed using this React.js concept. Okay. And this is nothing but a Node.js. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime environment. So what is this JavaScript runtime environment? So we will see this later in our the upcoming days, because if I say everything here, so it will not be good. But I'll just tell you what it is. Okay, JavaScript is a runtime environment in the sense. So we can't run the JavaScript directly. So let's say I'll just tell you a very simple thing. So this is called as a machine code, right? And this is we'll call it as a assembly language. And here we have a programming language. Okay. So JavaScript, so in the programming language, it can be converted like this. Okay, it will be converted to assembly language and machine language, right? But JavaScript cannot directly be converted into the machine learning language. So what the developers we're thinking, so they are trying to run this on the browser. So the Google, on a Google, so that is, we'll call it as a V8 engine. Okay. So using this V8 engine, okay, V8 engine, so it is converting that into a machine code directly. So this is how the procedures, that's why we are using this Node.js part. All right. And what is this called as the Express.js? Express.js is a backend framework. This is a library. Okay, this is a library and this is a backend framework. So why we are going to use this to simplify our code? Okay, to interact with the server, we are using this backend framework. And MongoDB. So MongoDB is nothing but it's a database. So why we are using this particular database? Why we are not going with the other database like MySQL or PostgreSQL? So why we morely concentrated on this? Because it is having a high scalability. Okay, so that is the only reason we are using this particular database. I hope everyone is clear what is a MERN stack. So any queries or questions regarding this? Thank you, Shita.
No, madam.
Okay, thank you. A framework is also set of a library. No. What is the difference between the framework and library? Yes. So I'll tell you, ma'am. Okay. So the question is like, what is framework and what is library, right? So framework, why we are going with this framework is nothing but it is a predefined a template. So that we will be having a template. A template in the sense already the code will be defined there. Okay, we are just going to use that template for our code. You're just going to modify the things, all right? So that is called as a framework. So what is this library? So library is a functions, okay? So we'll be having a more number of even 1,000 functions we'll be having here to modify our code, or to minimize, to get the code optimization. We are going with this library part. Clear? So depend upon our need, we can change it. I hope you got my answer, Priya ma'am. So together, these technologies enable the developers to create a efficient, scalable, and modern web applications using a single programming language, JavaScript. So it is going to be an efficient and the scalable and modern web applications. So what they are telling us? So efficient in the sense we can use it, based upon our need. Okay. So let's say if you're using a NoSQL database, okay, that stores the data in a flexible manner, like a JSON-like format. Okay, and if you're going with an Express.js, so it is going to build a server web applications and API. So like this, each and everything, it has a different aspects. Okay. So now again,
Excuse
we
me,
are,
ma'am. Sorry for interrupt.
yes, sir.
Hello. Madam.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you one question that nowadays some softwares are asking that when we are installing that you have to install the framework. So is it same
Mhm.
as this framework?
Like on which particular application you got these options, sir? Can
Suppose I
you?
want to install nowadays any softwares when we are installing, it is
Mhm.
asking for a updation of Windows and you have to install .NET framework. So is it same as this framework what you are now explaining?
No, no. Actually, I think you are talking about the Windows, right? So that is kind of a
Yes.
features. Uh, so that is a
Okay.
feature that you need to, check mark in this particular while you are installing the application. That's what you are. I
Uh-huh.
think you are asking about that. That is different, and this is different. That is different.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
That
Okay,
is for
ma'am.
a
Continue,
Windows
please.
purpose. Thank you
Okay,
for
ma'am.
asking
Thank you.
these questions. Okay. So what are the well-known application built with a MERN stack? So previously we were discussed what are the web application which is commonly used. Now, can you tell me like what are the applications used based upon this MERN stack? Any idea, cases? What are the different applications we are using based upon this MERN stack concept? No idea?
No, no, madam.
Okay, okay. Thank you. No problem. So let's see. Yes. So these are the most well-known application, right? Which we use on a daily basis, or not daily basis, but frequently we will use this, right? So first is Uber Eats. Again, mostly in the city side, they use this particular app, Uber Eats, and the other food delivery applications is also there. But this particular Uber Eats was developed by a MERN stack. Okay, and Airbnb, again, the Airbnb is nothing but, so first we will go with this Uber Eats. So Uber Eats is the most popular food delivery app, right? So that we all know that allows a user to order a food from the restaurant and also track the delivery. So where exactly the food is. So the delivery boy, where he is, like whether he is come out of the restaurant and he's on the traveling, or where he exactly, so that we can track it, right? And the third one is the even the transaction is more secured in this particular application. So this was created by this MERN stack. Okay. And next we will see about this of Facebook. So Facebook again was developed by the MERN stack. So what is this for Facebook? This we already know. So everyone would have an experienced about this particular application, right? So this is a social media platform. Okay, this leverage the MERN stack for engaging the user experiences, right? And the real-time interaction. So we can interact with our followers or the friends through this Facebook, right? Even notification will be getting. So there are a lot of advantages we have using this particular MERN stack. And then what is the Airbnb and what is the Walmart app? So Walmart app is a retail giant. Okay, it uses various aspects of this application. So if example, how we are having a Flipkart, right? Others, please be on mute, like others, sir. Others Joshi. Okay. Okay, Walmart is like here we can get the online, the electronic products and whatever we need for our house applications. So we can buy through this Walmart, right? So this was created by a Monstack. And the final one is Airbnb. So Airbnb is very famous application, right? So this is to we can even rent or we can get the hotel details when we are so lodging, mainly lodging purpose we are using this Airbnb applications. So these are the well-known application built with this MERN stack. I hope everyone is clear till this what is MERN and what is full stack developer and what are the well-known applications we are using with this. Okay, so the next one is what is the difference between this mean and MERN? So already we know what are the technologies or the term abbreviation for this MERN, right? So now, can you tell me what is mean? Anyone knows what is mean? Mean stack.
Yes, ma'am. MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node.js.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, the same. Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node.js.
Okay. So now can you tell me like what will be the difference between this Angular and React.js? Let's think as a developer. So on which particular point of view we need is MERN or mean? So let's consider some project and just think about it. So when we need this MERN and when we need this mean stack. What is React and what is Angular? So which is
Ma'am,
library and which is a framework?
ma'am, Angular is a front end. Angular is a front end, ma'am. I mean, Angular is a front end framework. React is a library.
Yes, exactly right, ma'am. You're right. React is a library and Angular is a framework.
Framework,
Yes,
front
thank you, sir.
end framework.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your answer. So yes, again, one more question I'm just giving to you. So if you know, you can just answer me. Otherwise, we will go with the slide. Okay. So on which
Okay.
particular situation the developers use a React that is MERN, and on which particular situation they will go with a mean stack? Any scenario, like anyone knows? Okay, I'll just give you one hint. So I'm going to develop enterprises, a very large application. Okay.
Okay.
Then one more scenario is I want to create my application with a good user interface. Okay, it should be dynamic and the user interface should be good. These are the two
Okay.
scenarios. Okay, so when I can use a React and when I can use the Angular.
Mm, React is, I think, faster than Angular, ma'am. Suppose we are using big enterprise, better we go to Angular.
Yes, great, ma'am. That is right. So
Huh.
now we will get into the slide.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so as we already know, the React JS. So this is MERN and this is mean. So mean is we are using a Angular JS as a front end. In a MERN stack, we are using a React JS as a front end. And the backend part is going to be the Express JS and Node.js. And database is going to be a MongoDB. For both, it's going to be the similar thing. Okay. So which option is the best fit for your project? The MERN stack or mean stack? So when it comes to a MERN stack, let's see. When it comes to an MERN stack, then the project, if we are going with a project, it should have a high dynamic user interface. Okay, high dynamic user interface, then we can go with this. And it should have a interactive front end as well. Then we can go with that is the best option to go with the MERN stack. Okay, and also this creates a SPA. Anyone knows what is SPA? SPA.
Single page application.
Yes. So can you give me an example for the single page application? So it's called as a single page application. Okay. So anyone
Login page
knows?
or registration page.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Kind of static websites.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So let's see what is this single page application. So let's say for an example, if I have a Facebook, okay. So in the Facebook, what happens? Whatever the input we are giving in the Facebook, okay, let's say I'm just giving some input. So this is the tutorial or a website I'm just sharing in the Facebook, and the other persons are going to give the comment, right? But it is not going to redirect. Others, please be on mute. Rishikesh, could you please put them on mute? Okay, so in this Facebook, what happens? Whatever the commands the other persons are giving based upon my tutorial website. So what happens? It is not redirecting to the other page, right? It is a single page application. It is only we can, whatever the message we are keep on getting, it is on the single page, right? So if you scroll it again and again, also you can see it is like, uh, deeply we can dig the data, right? So it is not going to the other page. So that is called as a single page application. Okay. And then the flexibility, like we can choose the libraries and tools very easily. Okay, using this MERN stack. So that is also the big advantage. So I will tell you how we can include the libraries and the packages while we are learning the concepts using a Visual Studio Code. That time I will tell you. Okay. These are the main important thing why we are choosing the MERN stack for our project. So now we will see why we need to go for the mean stack. Okay. So when we need to choose the mean stack. So mean stack is in a enterprises level application. So when it is going to be a enterprise level application, then we can go with this mean stack. Okay, it's a full featured framework. So this already we know this is a framework, right? And in Angulars, one more advantage, it is a two-way data binding. So we can get the data in the two-way. So that is two-way data binding and data injection. So these are the concepts we have in the Java, right? The same thing here we can have it in the AngularJS. Okay, and we can create a very complex application using this MERN stacks, that is mean stack. Complex applications can be created. All right, and then so whenever we are choosing, so we can think upon this particular the idea, and then we can go with our technologies. So now we will move on to the next slide. A market trends in MERN stack. So this we should know. Demands for the professional skilled in MERN stacks. So if your students or if you are going to get a good skill in a MERN stack, then what are the opportunities we have and what is trending? So these are the opportunities which is on our screen. The first one is a MERN stack developer. So what do you think? What are the roles and responsibilities for this MERN stack developer? So that we already know, right? So he's responsible for developing a full stack of web application using a MongoDB, Express.js, and React.js and Node.js. So you might think, so if I want to get a job, I should learn all these things. Then only I will get a job. No. So actually, if you know only your front-end developer, sorry, if you know only the React.js, then you can apply for the front-end developer role. And if you are good with only the Node.js and Express.js, then again, you can apply for the backend developer role. And there is something called as a full stack developer role. There are different roles which is available for this MERN stack developer also. So we can, so first, if your students are joining as a MERN stack, then they will be called as a junior MERN stack developer. Okay, MERN developer, and again once they are get promoted, they will be going to have as a MERN stack. But in some industries, again in some organization, if they are well versed in MERN stack, they are directly giving the senior MERN stack developer opportunity. Okay, so these are the different roles which is available. Technical lead and architects. So architects, obviously it will take some time to get this particular role, and DevOps engineer, product engineer, and technical consultant one. So now in the screen you can see the MERN. So where exactly all these technology in the trending. Okay, so first you can see Node.js. It is 47.12% in the it is in the starting stage, and then React.js is like 42.62% are using this. You can see why we are not choose this AngularJS, because it is only 20.39% is used in the organizations, and Express is again 22.90%. So these are the reason why we have why we are choosing this MERN stack to learn. And why this MERN stack is widely used and beneficial. So already we know what is this MERN stack, but we'll understand why the MERN stack is widely used and beneficial. So any idea from your end? Does anyone have any idea about it? Why the MERN stack is widely used and beneficial? So concept wise, if you already know, you can just share the points. Why the MERN stack is widely used and beneficial? What are the advantages? Free to use. Yes, it's an open source, right? Yes, that's right. In a development side, just think as a development, scalability, exactly, Shitaba, that's right. So you are in the organization and you are going to be in a MERN stack developer. Just think accordingly. So why the MERN stack is widely used and beneficial? So the first is scalability. Yes. The other, any other points? It's dynamic. Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you for the answers. So why the MERN stack is widely used and beneficial? So first is a full stack JavaScript. What is this full stack JavaScript? So both the front end. So if you know JavaScript very well, then you can create your front end as well as a back end. Okay, it is very easy to learn if you're good in the JavaScript. That is the first thing. And the developers going to use understand a single language, and they can easily enhance their productivity and consistency, right? So that is the first one. And the efficient development. What does this efficient development means? So efficient development means a MERN stack promotes a rapid development. Let's say we have a lot of tools and frameworks. Let's say for an example, I'll just tell you one example. So how it is used. So I'm using my React. Okay. So this is my library. I want to make this React more user friendly and appealing site. Then I can use a bootstrap. I can easily include the bootstrap framework easily in this on my code. So that's what they are saying, the efficient development. And then a component based architecture. So what does this component based architecture means? So UIs are built independent. Let's say so how we can say this component based architecture in the sense. So if I have one application, okay, so this is going to be my header part. And this is my side. So in the header part, what are the things I'll be having? I'm homing my home tab, and then about and portfolio. So others, please be on mute. Okay. So these are the home, about, and Saravanan sir, please be on mute. Okay. Home, about, and portfolio. So these are the different UI we have. Okay. So so these are all considered as a single component. This is going to be one component, and this is the another component, and this is going to be the another component. If I change something on my home, it is not going to affect the other components, right? So that's why a components based architecture. And then a scalability. So what is called scalability? So it is going to ensure the high scalability. The sense concurrent requests can be handled. Okay, so that is the other thing. So whenever we use the web applications, right? So it will get a multiple requests from a different places. So the multiple requests can be easily handled. So that using this MERN stack, so that's why they are saying it's a scalability, and then a performance. What is this performance in the sense? It's a lightweight runtime event-driven architecture. If you consider the Node.js, it's a fast response time and efficient in the resource utilization. And open source and community already Pavan sir have given this answer, so free to use. And JSON everywhere. We can so the datas will be in a JSON format, right? JavaScript, object notation, and modern web applications has been used. So modern, modern web applications like the single page application and progressive web apps features align with this modern user experiences and flexibility and customization. So what is this flexibility and customizations? It offers the flexibility to adapt and customize based on the project requirements and strong ecosystem. The third-party apps can also be included in this. So that is a strong ecosystem. I hope everyone is clear why a MERN stack is widely used. Any questions, please let me know. So let's get into the MERN stack architecture, how it is going to process. Okay. So I'll give you an idea like how it is going to be. So already we know a front-end development, and this is going to be a back-end, and this is going to be a database. So how the interaction is going to be in the MongoDB. So what is this called? What is this Mongoose? Can anyone tell me like what is Mongoose? That's fine, Saran, sir, no problem. Yes, what is Mongoose? This term. No one knows. So this is
library, ma'am.
So this is a library you're saying like Mongoose?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So this is called as the object data modeling. Okay. So this data modeling is going to give us schema based ideas. Okay, schema based data. So that will be interacted with this MongoDB. So directly Express and MongoDB is not going to communicate. In between, we have some schema. So that schema is going to communicate with this MongoDB and this framework. Okay. So this is the interaction because we already know how React.js works, right? Some data is given. So this is going to be a client part and this is going to be a server part. All right. So now what are the disadvantages? Again, we have some disadvantages of this MERN stack. So what are those? A learning curve. So learning curve in the sense, the multiple technologies we should know, right? We should know MongoDB and we should know React, Express and Node.js, right? So the developers should require some time to master all these technology. And what is this SEO challenge? SEO challenge in sense, because this is going to be in a single page application. What is SEO? SEO. What is
Search
this?
engine optimization.
Okay,
This is
so why we are going for this search and optimization? Moreover, in a YouTube or if it is going to be in a website, so we would have here this SEO. So why we want to use this SEO? Okay, no problem. So let's say Vijayalakshmi ma'am is having her own YouTube channel, okay, or it is going to be her own website or a blog. but there are multiple blogs are available in the online, right? So let's consider Vijayalakshmi ma'am is having the baby blogs. Okay, baby blogs are based upon the ideas of how to nurturing the baby. So all the ideas which is given in the blog, but ma'am blog was not going to the top rank, so no one is viewing it, and she's not getting a good viewers or followers for the that particular blog. So that can be easily managed using this search engine optimizer. You can change the descriptions according to the trending keywords. So that is going to be called as a SEO, search engine optimization. So this challenges been given in this month stack. Why? Because it is going to be in a single page application, so we cannot make them more it is going to definitely affect the discoverability, and the SEO performance is going to be reduced. Okay, so initially you'll be having a rendering issue here and a performance of bottleneck. So what is the performance of bottleneck? So example, the data migration will be there, like moving a data, okay, between the MongoDB and the other database can be challenging. So that schema and the data structure which we are following, that is going to be the big problem. And tooling and boilerplate. So what is this tooling and boilerplate? While we setting up the development environment, we have the other tools like Webpack and boilerplate. Sorry, I'm sorry. Webpack and Babel. So Babel is nothing but it converts, our JSX into the normal JavaScript code. For that, we are using this. And this Webpack is used to, bundle the JavaScript, all the JavaScript concept. So this is why we are using this Webpack. So this tooling and boilerplate, the dependency based upon the dependencies, we are going to use this particular stacks, and this is going to be an overhead for our project, right? For a small, if we create a small project and then we are trying to install all these packages, that is going to be a waste of time, right? So that will be the problem here. And the complex state management. So what is this? In a React.js applications, may encounter the challenges with like application scales. For example, I'm going to ensure the data consistency can become a intricate and requires an advanced pattern. Intricate in the sense like I have a larger project. I'm going to subdivide into the different smaller parts, then that is going to be a big challenge, right? So these are the disadvantages of the MERN stack. Okay, again, we will see what is the roadmap for MERN stack. So fundamentals of webs. Okay, so the student should understand what is the roadmap to achieve to become a MERN stack developer. So first they should know the fundamentals of web and how it goes to work. Okay, like how they can handle the what is called as HTTP and what is called request and response, and some terminologies of web that is going to be called as the fundamentals of webs. Okay, the protocols and browsers and how it's communicate. So these are the basic idea and the basics of the HTML5, the basics and the beyond of HTML5. So before going with this, can anyone tell me what is the to rank up our page in the Google? It's pronounced, I'm only just now I'm seeing your message. Yes, that's correct. Yes, can can you tell me like what is the new version or the updates which we are using for this HTML and CSS?
HTML, we're using HTML 5.0, ma'am.
Okay.
Then CSS, I think 3.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So do we have anything like CSS 4?
Sorry, ma'am.
Do we have anything like CSS 4, the new version, CSS 4?
No, ma'am.
Any idea about it? Okay. HTML5 and CSS 3.
CSS 3.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Malarman sir. Okay. So actually, so it is an implementation. It is still in a deployment. Sorry, it is in a development mode about the CSS 4, but it is not exactly, it is not released. So HTML5 we are using, and for CSS, we are going to learn the concepts of the version of CSS 3. Okay. So the basics, okay, this is done. So in HTML concepts, obviously we should know what is element and the attributes and forms and multimedias. Okay, so we should know what is elements, attributes, okay, and then forms and some multimedias. Okay, so this is about the HTML5. And what is CSS3? CSS3, it should responsive and the layout design. So whenever we create one website, okay, so that is going to have should have some attractive pages, right? So the client should get attract, or the user should get attract of your web page. So that can be easily done using the CSS. So here we'll be using, so one important thing, it should, whatever we are, the website we are creating, so you can also inform your students, when they were creating their website, it should be compatible with their laptop, it should be compatible with their mobile phone. So accordingly, they need to create it. Okay. And how it is going to be responsive. Hmm? So these are the things they should know in CSS3. And after this, JavaScript. So how we are going to make our page interactive, the basics and the ECMAScript concepts. So definitely they should well versed in this ECMAScript, because in a React.js, we'll use most of the concepts. Okay. And so nowadays, it is a mandatory thing to learn about and get up. So this is a version control system. So there is something called as a bit bucket, and the other version control systems is also there. But here in our syllabus, in our curriculum, we are added this Git and GitHub concepts. Okay, and the HTTP and the backend fundamentals. So how it is going to manipulate, what is get, what is post, and what is put, and what is delete. So how we are going to manipulate it. So that we should know. And introduction to the backend with Node.js. Okay. And setting up the routes and the controllers. So route and controllers in the sense how we are, so in a React.js, if you're going from one page to the another page, so that the same way here also we can redirect our pages. Okay, we can get or put or delete the data using this routes. And CRUD operations on MongoDBs. We can create, read, and update and delete our operations on MongoDB. So if we, and then the authentication and authorization. So here we'll be having some tokenizations to follow. So that we will learn. So that concept is called as a authentication and authorization. And these are the frameworks, is nothing but our React.js, introduction to JavaScript framework, and global state with the Redux. Okay. So this is the roadmap for a merge stack. Again, we already know this. We'll just see the PPT for a minute. Web application is a software that runs on a web server, and that is accessed through the web browser. Traditional desktop application, web application do not require installation on the user device. So they can be accessed from anywhere with an internet connection. Using internet connections, we can access it anywhere. Okay. And web application architecture. Uh, So what is this web application architecture? So here we have a front end. So just simple examples how we can navigate uh, from the front end to the server. Okay, we'll see the application how it's going to move. So first one is a client. Okay, client web browser. It's going to send the data, the request like www.google.com. So when you type it on the Google search, I want to see something on the Google, I will be giving like www.google.com. So once I send the HTTP request with the URL link, so this is going to be the URL link that we already know, right? So once we give this, what happened then? It goes to the server, right? So this is the web server. So this web server recognizes the request as a dynamic and forward this data to the web application of processing. So request data, so URL encoding. So whether it's going to be in a get or post data, so that will be given to this web application. And then again from the web application is moving to the database, and then the web application sends the generated HTML templates and the files to the browser again via the web server. So through this web server, it gives a HTML template. Through the web server, it is transmitting to this client. That is for the front end part. Okay. So this is the simple, web application architecture. So here you can see the response, how the response of the requested data it's going to be. The data sending back the HTML, or it's going to be a CSS or JavaScript or other resources needed to render the Google homepage. So if you're getting the status code, the message code is going to be like 200, then the request was successful. Would have get some result out of the request. But you sometimes you might have get some errors also, right? So that is going to be a 404 not found. The requested resource could not be found, and 500 internal server error. The server encountered an error processing the request. Okay. Again, yes, web application, web development life cycle. Web development lifecycle outlines involved in creating, manipulating a web application. Okay, we'll see all this. So, can you tell me what is this web development lifecycle? Why we need this web development lifecycle? Why we need a web development lifecycle? Why we need to know about this? No idea. I hope everyone is there. Can I get some answer? Like, what is web development lifecycle?
We have to design and maintain a code, ma'am.
Okay. So, at which point we will use this? Why we need?
For both front end and back end, we have to
Okay.
maintain both front end and back end, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Descriptions of phases from starting to end. Exactly are this right? Requirement gathering.
તારામાં કયું સર્વર ઇન્સ્ટોલ છે અપાચે કે ગ્લાસ કયું અપાચે ટોમકેટ છે હે
So, Mitesh sir, please be on mute.
બાર તેત્રીસ પિસ્તાલીસ ને
Okay. So, yes, you're right. So, we need some process while we are starting our, datas. So, datas in the sense, whenever we are going to start our project. So, we should need to follow some ideas, right? So, that is the stages of WDLC. Okay. So first is gathering the irrelevant information. So gathering, what is this gathering the relevant information? One second.
Uma, I think we're not getting
Yes.
your voice. You're not getting the voice.
Okay, okay. One second. Let me turn off. Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, it's audible.
Okay.
Continuously,
Okay.
it is audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So gathering the relevant information. So what is the first step? So we need to find the goal of the objective. So whenever we start our project, right? So that is the gathering a relevant information, and then we need to plan for the sitemap and wireframe. So what is this sitemap and wireframe? So wireframe is nothing but so how your website is going to be like. So you will be sketching it. Let's say I'm going to have some quick links here and some navigations and some article details. So something like this. Okay, I'll be creating a wireframe. So whether it's going to be a blog or whether it's going to be some a website which we create for the tutorials, whatever it's going to be, we will create a wireframe for this. Okay, and then next to this, what is the sitemap creation? The outline of the structure of the website. So that is going to be a sitemap, and this is a wireframe. And design and the layout. So here we come with the user interface and user experience design. Means focus on the visual design. So how visually we are going to present it to the audience or the user, or it is going to be in a client. Okay, so which color schema and typographies and other aesthetics we are going to follow. So that will come under this design and the layout. And content creation in the sense develop the alignment with the goals and the objectives. So depend upon the goal and the objective, so we can work with the content writing, like which particular text we are going to include and the images or videos, whatever that comes under this content creation part. Okay, and the development. So what is this development? So development in the sense, based upon our goals and the objective, we will do the coding part for the front end and the back end part. So that is going to be the this particular phase. Okay, and testing and review and launch. Exactly. So once we develop the application directly, we will think that our application is really good enough. We can deliver to the client, but obviously not. When it goes to the testing team, they will find a lot of errors. So because in a user perspective, they will be testing the particular web application, right? So after that, we need to review the code again and we need to modify accordingly. Finally, we will come to launch these application to our client, right? So once it is done, the maintenance and updating. So they might tell like, so these are the some feedbacks you can give. You can give some changes to your application according to this or that. So they give some kind of ideas. So based upon that idea, what we can do, we can maintain based upon the feedback, we can maintain our web application in a very good manner. So these are the web development life cycle. So now, what are the different models? Why we need to go for a model? So because each and every project will not going to be the same thing. Let's consider if the project is going to be a large project, then obviously we will not going to use the same concept, right? So so nowadays you can see in the IT industries they are giving a lot of features and updates frequently, right? So if you see the WhatsApp also, we have a WhatsApp AI. So how it comes, no? So each and every ideas were coming up back to back. So that can be handled and planned through this model, different models. But we need to pick the model based upon our project. Okay, let's see what are the different models we have. So already we know somewhat that is models like waterfall, iterative, prototype, and spiral, and agile. So I don't want to tell you like what is this waterfall that is like what is this waterfall model alone. I will be just giving you when you're going to use this particular waterfall model. Can anyone give me like what is the answer for this? What is waterfall model? Any idea like what is waterfall model? Can we create a mobile also using MERN stack? Yes, we can create the applications. Yes, we have a mobile apps, right? Facebook. Facebook was also the mobile app. Yes. Sequential model for developing the software. Yes. In this waterfall model, so I'll just tell you the very important points. What is this waterfall model? So here you can see the step-wise, the requirement analysis, design, implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance. If you're working in an organization and if you want to go in a sequential manner, let's say if I gather the requirement analysis, I'll be having some documentation for this. Okay, for each and every completing steps, I'll be having a certification for completing this particular process. Okay, so this is the first important thing for this waterfall model. So it is going towards downwards. So if I complete this requirement analysis, then only I can go with the design. I cannot directly go with the implementation. I should complete the design and then I can go with the implementation. So like this, each and every steps to be followed. And where exactly I can use this particular waterfall model. So if it is going to be in an inventory management system or it's going to be in a library management system, I can go with this waterfall. For those projects, I can go for the waterfall. Okay. And then so we'll see what are the advantages and the disadvantages of this waterfall model. So as you can see, before the next phase of the development, each phase must be completed and suited for the small projects only where the requirements are well defined. If it is going to be a small project, then obviously we can go for this waterfall model. And what are the disadvantages? An error can be fixed only during the phase. So if I'm in the design part, I have an error, then I can only correct the error on that particular phase only. I cannot move on to the other things. I think someone is unmute. So please be on mute, Mitesh Patel. Sir. The testing period comes quite late in the development model, the development process. That is one disadvantages I can say. And what is iterative model? Again, the question goes to you. So anyone knows like what is iterative model? STSC for known system, it can be used as. Okay. So what is iterative model? Iterative model. Backtracking allowed, okay, and changes are implemented in iteration. Yes. So let's see the
એટલે જો તમારામાં અપાચે કે ગ્લાસ ફીસ સર્વર છે ને તો જ થાશે. બીજો પહેલો પહેલો હું કેમ સાઈન કરું? હે પહેલો હું કેમ
Mitesh
સાઈન
sir
કરું?
is be on mute. Have any questions, please? Okay, what is the iterative model? So from the image itself, you can have some idea. So in the design part, okay, if I work with this design part and I want to iterate it, let's say a simplified implementation will be there. So progressive gain and more complexity and broader features set until the final system is complete. Until you go with the final system. So if you have some changes, so you can do a modifying that. So design will be there and detailed design you can do it if you are not satisfied with that, then development, testing, and delivery. Again, the detailed design you can do it, and development, testing, and delivery. So this can be done. The iterative model is the process of, we can simply say like looping kind of thing. Okay. And where exactly I can use this iterative model? I can use it for e-commerce website. All right. Like if I don't want the particular image, I'm just updating it. I want to update the new product. Then I can go with this iterative model. And mobile apps for social networking. Exactly. That's a good example, right? And what is the advantage and the disadvantages of this iterative model? Some working functionality can be developed and yearly in a software development lifecycle. And it is easily adaptable to ever-changing needs of project as well as the client. Okay. And disadvantages, more resource may be required. So we need more resource to work with this iterative model, but it keeps on looping, right? And although the cost of change is lesser, but it is not very suitable for changing the requirement. So if you keep on changing the requirement based upon the client or our idea, then it's going to be a not a good part of it, right? So next is, what is prototype model? What is prototype model? One minute. So any idea about prototype model? Okay, if not, we'll just see what is prototype model. Okay. So this is the image for the prototype model. So first we are starting with the requirement gathering. So once we gather the requirement, the quick design should be, given. So that is very important here. Okay. So in this prototype model, what we can do is we can gather the details, the goal and the objective for the project. So once we are done this, the developer or the user should meet and define the purpose of the software. What is the purpose? And identify it. Then a designer, quick design will be created first. So we need to create a quick design. So once we done with this, then it can lead to the prototype development. We can build the prototype, and then the customer then checks the prototype. So we give this prototype to the customer. So he reviewing it and whether he is okay or not. So if the modification is needed, then again we'll be working on it. So again the looping takes place in the step. So the customer evaluation will be there. So and then we will refine the prototype and engineer the product. And if you are not satisfied, we have to work on it. Otherwise, we will come with an actual system. Okay. So this is about a prototype. And where we can exactly use this prototype? Any idea? So I can say like a mobile game development. In a mobile game development, we go with this kind of prototype because they are not satisfied. The stakeholders or the client is not satisfied with that. So again, we will be working on it. Okay. Okay. Again, so here also we have advantages and disadvantages. What it is. So the model is flexible in design. Okay. And then there is a scope for a refinement, which, means the new requirements can be easily accommodated. The new requirements we can easily accommodate it because a quick design is firstly created. The other things based upon the customer evaluation, we are going to modify it, right? And what are the disadvantages? This model is costly to use and this has a poor documentation. Here we don't have a proper documentation. Okay. And what is a spiral model? So what is spiral model? Anyone knows? spiral model. So this is very, simple one. An incremented preliminary model of a product, prepare a small working model test. Okay, got a lot of answers. Thank you for the answers. Yes, let's get into this. What is the spiral model? So spiral model, first is the determination of object and alternative constraints. Is the first quadrant. Okay. So in the first quadrant, we are starting here. And for the each cycle in the spiral begins with identification. So it begins with the, identifications. We are starting with this. And then for that cycle, then different alternatives will be followed here, right? So there will be a possible of achieving the goals in addition to the constraints and then exit. So, this is the first quadrant of the upper left quadrant. Okay, this is the upper left quadrant. So you can see there are, different quadrants we are having. This is 3 and then 4. This. Okay, so definition of objective and risk analysis and alternative evaluation, development of deliverables and next iteration plan. So let's keep on going with this. Okay. So where we can use this spiral model? So this spiral model can be used in which example I can say like air traffic control system. Okay, air traffic control system, we can use this spiral model. So what are the advantages and the disadvantages of the spiral model? Let's see. This is one of the most, risk handling thing with the advantage of spiral model. So it is a best development model to follow due to the risk analysis. And it is a model we can easily change the requirement at the later phase. Disadvantages, it is not suitable for the small projects as it is expensive. Like this is also costly, right? Which one? This prototype. Same like this spiral is also expensive. And this is much complex than the other SDLC. That's why we are using this particular for the air traffic control. The other things also, whichever is going to be a complicated thing, then we can go with the spiral model. The very important model, which is trending nowadays in the industries, because the clients and the stakeholders need their projects in a very short span of time, right? Then obviously we need this agile model. So what is this agile model? So first we will see what it is. Okay, so agile model. Agile model in the sense is a methodology. It's going to be a practice that promotes a continuous interactions of a development, and whether it's going to be in a testing development or whether it's going to be in a testing, that is going to be in a sequence way, in a continuous way. Okay, so this agile models will always divides the entire project into a small incremental bits. Okay. So all of these bills are provided in the iteration. So all of these bills will be, in the iteration. So it is going to be an iteration process. So what is this called as the, sprint? Sprint means it is going to take 2 to, 4 weeks to have. And here we will be having a development working. So whatever the task which is given to the different teams will be involved here: testing, development, design, and the other plan and the review. So that will be there. So all the teams will be combined together 2 to 4 weeks. They will be giving the updates of what has been done. Okay, so that is going to be, it is called as a time boxed one. Okay. This is an idea about the sprint. So they are using in the industry, and where exactly we can use this in e-learning platform, we can use this agile model. So these are the advantage: customer satisfaction and people interactions are emphasized, rather than the process or and the tools. Customers, developers, and testers constantly interact with each other. Right? So all the team members will interact with each other easily using this particular agile model. And disadvantages, there is a lack of emphasis on necessary designing and documentation. The projects can easily get taken off track if the customer perspective is unclear about the what final they want. If the person who was going to that is the customer, we can say the customer representative who is not clear about the final outcome, then the entire thing is going to be waste, right? So that is the disadvantages. Now we can go to the classroom activity. Prepare an application development plan for the static portfolio website. The starting of the session, I just informed you all, we are going to create a portfolio website, right? So before creating a portfolio website, we should know what are the things to be follow. Let's see. So let me open the file. Okay. So what are the preparations we need to follow? So better showing us in a Word document. I can create one more slide here. And then I will just explain you what's going to be there. Okay. Okay. So first one. So these documents, don't worry, this will be uploaded in the LMS itself. Okay, you can go through there. So what are the plan or what we need to prepare? Okay, what we need to prepare before, in the application development that we can see. Okay. The first one is here I'm going to follow the waterfall model. You should make sure which model you're going to use, because this is just an portfolio website. Okay, we are going to create a portfolio website. That is a very smaller project, right? So we are going to use this waterfall model, and so it is going to be a beneficial. Why we are choosing this water model? It's going to be very beneficial. So we'll see why it is beneficial. The first one is a clear requirements we will be getting, okay, from this waterfall model. A clear requirement, like what particular specific project we are going to choose, like about me sections and having a contact form, and waterfall models excels with the requirements and also the unchanging concepts, right? So this is going to be the best thing with the thing. So I'm going to create the requirements, like how long it's going to take. So every requirements can be taken place in the first stage of the clear requirements and sequential approach. Okay, so what is this sequential approach? Better I go with this. I hope my Word document is visible for everyone. If not, please let me know. Okay. So first is application development model. Here we have chosen the waterfall model, right? We're going to use waterfall model. And what are the advantages of choosing this waterfall model is, first is a clear requirement we can give, like what particular page we are going to include in our projects. In a specific projects, I'm going to include about an index page and portfolio page. And then what we can do, we can have a contact. Okay, these are the different pages I'm going to have. And then a sequential approach. What is this sequential approach? So in this phase, so all the requirements and the design implementations, verifications, and maintenance is completed before moving to the next steps, right? So this can lead to more organized and methodological development process, which is very suitable for the portfolio approach. So the sequential going to be followed. And then ease of management. What is this ease of management? So with the with the structured nature, the waterfall model makes a project management very easier. It's going to be clearly defined milestones will be given, and the project status is easier to communicate to the stakeholders. And then documentation, we are going to do the documentation here in this particular phase. Okay, so this will be a beneficial, right? So we can ensure which design we are going to choose. Okay, choices, design choices, and the features, and well documented, updated for the future purpose also. And then quality assurance. So here, as a static page, we won't go with this one, but it's testing purpose in the sense uh, whether whatever we ensured websites and the content, whether it's there or not, so that we can easily uh, check in this particular waterfall model, using this waterfall model. And predictability. So detailed planning of whenever we start our project, we should set the timeline, right? So within this timeline, we are going to complete. So that predictability we can, uh, uh, easily track using this particular waterfall model. And minimal changes. Because every steps we will be following once it is done perfectly, right? So that is a minimal changes. Okay, so now we know what is the model we are going to use, right? The next one is model and the tool usages, technologies. What are the model and the tools, tool technologies we are going to use? The tools, what we can use, can anyone tell me? What are the tools we can use for this portfolio website? We are going to create it using the foundation only. So what are the technologies we can use, or the tools we can use to create the portfolio? Anyone? Is HTML, CSS, and JS. Is there any other tool I need to use? These are the technologies I can understand, but what are the tools I need to use? Yes, VS Code. Okay. So once we do the code in a VS Code, after that, we need to deploy it in a Git or some deployment, right? It's going to be in a Microsoft Azure, or it's going to be GitHub, or it's a render, or Netlify. There are different, deployments are there, right? So we can deploy it over there. So these are the tools, exactly. So the tools is going to be GitHub and VS Code and HTML and CSS. Okay. And the model we already know, right? What are the models we have? Requirements, and then design, and then implementation, and we have something called as verification, and then maintenance. Okay. So these are the different, steps the model, waterfall models have. Then here we are going to create a timeline shot to create this portfolio website. Okay. What is a timeline chart which I'm going to follow? So let me create one table. Okay. Okay, I have created one table here. I'll just mention as a time. Okay. And let me okay. So let's keep it like this. I'm trying to merge this. Okay, no worries. Better going with this. What I can do is I can create shapes. Okay. So let me create. Okay. And then after this, I have a two columns. So in the two column, the first one is going to be, let me insert some text. Okay, the text is like time. This is going to be in a time. I'll just copy this. And here I have a duration. So the box is going to be in a duration. Okay. So and then after this, I have a different process. So we'll see one by one. Okay. Again, for duration, I need some split X. So like this, you need to prepare some time chart before starting the project. Okay. Yes. So now again, I'm adding okay, better I can use this pencil. Okay. This is going to be Okay, this is going to be the planning. I just so planning. This is going to be the planning. So for planning, the duration is at 10 minutes. Okay. And then for the HTML structure, I will take 30 minutes. Okay. And for CSS, okay, this is CSS. For CSS, I would take 40 minutes of duration. For the home page and the other pages, or whatever the pages I'm going to include, that is for 40 minutes. Okay. So total duration for this portfolio, it's going to be like 120 minutes. Like this, we have to create timeline shot before we start with the project. And what are the different files I'm going to use here in the project structure? So that we will see shortly. Okay, we'll just keep this part alone, project structure. And there is something called as, this is nothing but what are the files we are going to include? Let's say I'm going to include the HTML files. What are the different HTML files I need for my portfolio pages? And what are the CSS file I need for my portfolio pages? Okay, so that will be given here. And then next is skip this better. So the next is going to be a flow chart. Okay, we need to create a flow chart. After the timeline and the project structure. So where exactly we are going to start? So for this flow chart, we have a uh, you know particular symbols we will be following for this flow chart. So that we need to follow. Okay, and then for landing page, this is a landing page. Okay. And once we get into the landing page, there are, different tabs we have. What are the tabs? The first one is about, and then portfolio. Okay. And then contact. And in the about pages, I'm going to give some content. Okay. I will give some content, and same here also the same thing. And finally, the loop gets end. So this is the simple flow chart for creating a portfolio. So after doing this, we need to uh, go with the wireframe. So what is wireframe? Can anyone tell me like what is wireframe? What is wireframe? Is
Open source,
Kalyani?
open
Yes,
source tool to prototype our application.
exactly, ma'am. We can sketch it, right? That's what you're trying to say. Okay, we can sketch our website before going to an going into the coding. So we have to create one sketch. So based upon the sketch, we can work with our website project. Okay. So how we can do that? So wireframe. So in a wireframe, so in our website, how we are planning is I'm going to include some logo here. Okay. And then header part. And here I have a nav bar. And then here in the nav bar, I'll be having some tabs about, home, and portfolio pages. Okay. And then after this, when I click on this about, my about content will be displayed. And when I move on to the home, then it goes to the content, right? So that particular content. Finally, I'll be having a footer part. Okay. So this is a simple, the explanation for this wireframe. So now again, what is the front end and back end technologies? We'll see what are the technologies we have, and then we will jump into the coding part. Okay. So HTML, CSS, JS. Okay. So these are the, front end, and the back end, we have something called as Java, and this Python and C++ and PHP, it goes on. Okay. What are the different front end and back end technologies? In a front end frameworks and front end languages. So this is going to be in a foundation. So based upon this foundation only, you are able to, you'll be capable of working with this React.js and other tech frameworks. Okay. React.js, Angular, and Bootstrap, and Vue.js, and backend technologies is Django, PHP, and Ruby on Rails and Java, right? Sorry, this is a Ruby on Rails, right? This is Ruby, and this is Ruby on Rail. This is Django, and this is Python and Node.js and Spring Boot. So these are the some backend technologies. So yeah, finally we are into our classroom activity. Okay, first we will plan how we can do this. So if you are having your laptop, you can also do it. Uh, Let me, so once again, and let me stop my screen sharing. I will share it again. I'm just going to create one folder. I'll just open one folder. Okay. Folio. I share my screen again. Okay, I've created a folder, that is portfolio folder. So now, as I hope everyone would have installed this Visual Studio Code. If not, please install it. It's very easy steps to install. But if you have any queries also, you can ask me. Okay, no issues. So I've already installed this Visual Studio Code on my PC. So I'm going to work with this particular folder. Okay. So after this, after creating a folder, I'm just importing that folder here. So open the folder. And this is my folder name. Select the folder. Okay. So after creating this, what are the different files I need for my project? So first is, I want a main page, that is index.html. And before this, I just want to tell you one thing. There are some different extension you need to install. The extensions like Go Live. So what is that? So already installed this. So this is the one. So you can see the, your output directly once you click on this Go Live. So you don't want to go to the browser again and again. You don't want to click on the file. You don't want to click on that. So you can easily do it. And you can, if you want, you can also install the other apps which makes your, uh, project more understandable. We can make it. So I will show you how we can do that. And index.html, I'm also going to include about.html, and then I need portfolio.html, and then contact.html page. Okay. So these are the different pages I have included. And after this, I need style.css file to make the page more appealing. I'm going to use this style.css. So after this, I want to include some images and video file. So I'm just going to drag this here. Okay. And also the video files. Okay, because while working in an IT industry, so obviously they will be giving some images and videos, the stakeholders or the client. So based upon that, we will be working. So I'm just including some images and the videos here. Okay, so this is the project setup. You can see the flow of the project. So now we will get into the file. So how we are going to approach this, as we already know, like what is the first step of doing this? The index.html. So to get the basic template, you can give exclamatory and click on enter so that you can see the the page. Sorry, that the basic template of HTML version 5. Okay, so the doc type will be there, and HTML, what is the head and the title. So title, I will change this to my name, Uma Maheshwari portfolio. Okay, so this is the portfolio name. So next is in the body part, we are going to add some content. So what are the contents we are going to include? And one more thing, here you can include the style.css file. Okay, so here I can include link rel. Second, link rel style sheet. Okay, and then href. What is the file name? Style.css. Okay. So in the body part, so nowadays we are using a semantic elements. Based upon the semantic elements, we are going to create this portfolio. Okay, let's see what is the first thing we are going to use, the header. So instead of creating this, okay, instead of using a tag, it's a very simple way of creating this particular file. So let's see. I want a header. Okay, I want a header, and I want a navigation to navigate the things, and unordered list. Unordered list, in the navigation part, I need a home and about and portfolio contact page. So I'm using unordered list, and I need a three list of elements I'm going to display, and it should have a hyperlink. Okay, so if I give enter, you can easily see the content. You don't want to give a tag and again, you can simply. So here I'm just giving the first file is going to be, and also one more trick I can tell you. You can click on the alt and click, and you can click here as well. You can see the double click here. Okay. Let's say I'm typing a portfolio. Okay. .html. So it can be placed in the two places. Okay. So as of now, I don't want it. Just removing the portfolio. And next is here, I'm including an index.html file. It's the index. Sorry, I can give a name as home. Okay. And next is contact.html. Contact folio. So it looks good, and I need to have one more list of elements. I'm just copying this. Okay, here I'm giving about .html. Change this to about. Okay, so these are the list of items I need for my project. So now we'll just run this project. Okay. Okay, here click on inspect element. So we are having a title, okay, that is head part, like Uma Maheshwari portfolio. So I will show you so where exactly it is. And then a body element. You can see in the body element we have a code. That is that header. So just click on the header part. You can see all the data. If you want to modify something, okay, here what you can do is you don't want to, but this is temporary. Whatever you are going to edit here, it's going to be a temporary. If I click on this, you can make a modification here. Okay, so let's say I will what I can do is I'll just remove this. Okay, I'll just remove this and refresh the page again. Here we don't have anything, only the header part is there, right? So inspect, and then where is that body part? Header. Header, we don't have any content. If you want to type something, just click here, and here you have a edit as a HTML. Here you can, if you want to copy and paste the content, then you can click enter. You can see the output here. So if it is going to be minor changes, you want to see how it is going to be reflect, then you can do like this as well. Okay. So let's skip this. We'll get into the code. So after this header part, I need a section. Okay. In this section, in the HTML page, in the section part, what are the things I need? Like I need an article. Okay. So article is to update the content, what you are going to use it for your website. Let's say Uma Maheshwari portfolio. So what is Uma Maheshwari? So like that details you can specify it over there. And I'm going to give H2 and a paragraph type. Okay. So this is the article. So here I'm giving Uma Maheshwari portfolio. And then I'm going to include some paragraphs here, like some details of. So I'm just giving as a front end developer. Okay. I'm just giving an info like a front end developer. So after this sections, what we can do? What are the other details we can include is I'm adding a aside part inside this article itself. Okay. Aside, inside the aside, I need a H3 element, or I can include the unordered list to display the link. Okay, just quick link I'm going to display in the aside part. So it is going to be left side or right side. So just it's going to show some quick links. Okay, and the list of elements I need two, and then anchor tag. Okay. So in this aside part, I can include the H3 quick links. And then here I can add portfolio.html. I can give a name like my portfolio. And here about .html. So to why we are including this quick links is because if you want to navigate to the different page, then we can. It's not only the same page, you can give some other pages also. Okay. About. So after this aside, okay, after this aside, I want to include some images. As of now, we'll see the output. Okay, this was the output. So why it is not showing as a link? Okay. Fine. So inside this section, I'm going to include a figure. So figure tag is again a semantic element. So in this figure tag, we can combine the images and the caption. So easily, so that it will look good. Okay. So I'm adding a image src and the file name. I can include, I'm going to include this pixels images. So let me give images slash. Okay. So this is what, and you can also give 1 minute. Again, what is the width and the height? So width, I'm giving some 400. So you can change accordingly. 400 pixels, and the height is going to be something. So if it is, if your page is going, elongating and you cannot see all the text, then you can click Alt Z so that it will be easy readable for you. Okay. Then 200 pixels. Alt. You can, if the image is not going to display, then you can give something else. Not the image is about, we can say it's about the study images. All right. After this, I need to add a fig captions. In the fig caption, I'm just giving a hard work piece. Okay. So let's see the page here. Yes, Mitesh sir, do you have any questions? If not, please be on mute. Just muting yourself. So you can see the image, right? So better what I can do is the output. Okay. Yes, fine. So after this figure caption, what we can do is we can include some videos. Okay. So how we can include the video? For video, obviously, again, we need a width and the height to show the video, and also we can include some controls, right? So I'm adding video controls. Controls in the sense whether we are going to pause it or play the video, so that can be given. Okay. So I'm just, if you want, you can specify the width and the height, otherwise just leave it. And then source. Okay, source src. Where is the file exactly? So let's see what is the file name. Video file. So some number is given. So what we can do is can type videos. Okay, just we have included. That's it. Very simple. Uh, Here also, if you want to give some messages, you can give some messages like the type. What is the type is going to be, right? So type is equals to video, and the format is MP4. Here you can see the video now, right? So this is the video. We can play the video. So this browser, so we have included the video, and the next one is I'm going to add a table. So in this table, I'm going to showcase the education qualification. Okay. So if you want, you can give the width and the height because it is too large. So let me give 300 pixels. This is enough. And for this also, 300 pixels is enough. Okay. Okay, fine. This looks good. Now, we can create a tables, and this table I'm going to give. So let's going with this. What we can do is I'm going to have a table and the T head. In the T head part, I will have my all the table rows will be combined together and it will be in the table head. Okay. So TR, and then in the TR I have a TH. I need two TH. Okay. So that's all. So table head is created. So let me give a caption for this. So caption is nothing but the table heading. So let me give it as academic. So in between, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay. Just the table heading, let me give a qualification and then percentage. Okay. So these are the qualifications and the percentage, or it's going to be CGPA. Right. So this is going to be the head part. So next one, I need a body. For this one, I'm giving a T body and table row and table data. So for this, I need two table data. Okay. So for the table row, it's going to be, let's take for the 10th class, I have some 80%. Let me copy this. Okay, I'm just changing this to 12th, 85. And for B, I'm also mentioning which stream. It's again 80. So I'm going to mention it as a CGPA 8.0. Okay. So this has been, you can see here, the table has been created, right? So this is how we are done with our index.html file. So any questions on this index.html, anyone? Any questions? No? Yes or no? Can you show thumbs up or say yes or no? Is it fine? Everything is going good? Any questions?
Madam, if you have to do the same thing, you are not able to follow up your code. I think you're a little bit fast. Will you be
Oh,
sharing
okay.
your code?
No worries, ma'am. We will be sharing all the documents. It's already in the LMS. Once you get the access, you can see it. But don't worry, this is the first day. I can share it in the WhatsApp group also.
Okay, okay,
Okay.
madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, fine. Let's move on to, so now we have completed this index.html file. Let's move on to the, it's a very simple one, like a contact page. 1 minute. So in the contact page, the same thing. You need to click on exclamatory and click on enter so that you will be getting the document. Okay, all the template, the template for HTML template, you can, this is called as a boilerplate. Okay, the normal template, you can see it here. So now we are going to work with a contact page. Okay, so let me change the title, contact. Okay, so once I done with this contact page, and what are the things I need to follow for the other things? Again, the same thing will be followed. So I am going to have a header because header part is going to be viewed in all the tabs. Okay, it is not only the home, it's going to view in the about and the contact and the portfolio page as well. Okay, the same process, um, header and navigation. I'm going to give the unordered list and the list of items. Totally, it's going to be, I'm going to give 4 items. And then again, the anchor tag. Okay, once you click on this, you can see this. The same thing. So what I can do is I'll just copy paste because the same thing we are going to follow it in the contact page also. Okay. So, read this. Clear? So now it is done. Okay, I'm sorry. So there is one mistake. So I need to copy this at home. And so we need to put this particular text inside the anchor tag because then only it becomes as a link. Otherwise, it's showing as a content. Okay. Let me do this same here. I think no one have noticed it. Oh, issues. Okay, done. So now you can see it as a hyperlink. Okay. Contact.html page. So in the contact, what I'm planning is I'm going to include some form in the contact page. So this is my portfolio, right? Someone who's going to visit my portfolio page, they can send some messages to me privately. Okay, so for that, I'm just creating one contact form. So let's see how we can create that contact form. So the first step is the section part. After the header, we are going with the section part. So in the section, I can give article. Okay. So after the article, I need form. So inside the form, I have a lot of details to include. Let me give input tab. Okay. So this is a section, article, form, and this. So in the section part, after the article, I'm just including some contact me. Okay. So in the form action, so whatever the details we are giving, so that should be submitted in the submit form. So here we can give some mail ID also, but for an example, I'm just giving this. Okay, we are not going to do any backend part for understanding purpose. Here we are just giving the action. So which on which place it is going to store. Okay, and after this, what is the method? We're going to get the method. That is, we are going to post it, right? So post. So in the first form, I also can give a label for the text. Okay. So in the label, so this for is nothing but this is for the JavaScript purpose. We are adding this. Okay, that is the reason because to fetch the details we are going to use this for. So we can skip that particular part as of now, and I'm giving content as name. Okay. And the input is going to be the message. Sorry, here I'm just giving a label to be the message. So whatever the first, I need to get the name of the person, and I can fetch the details using the JavaScript. So that's why I'm adding a ID and the name. Okay. So don't worry about this as of now. When we come to a JavaScript, we can see what it is. Okay. So next is, I can just copy this. So I got the name. So next I want to get the message from the user, right? So this is going to be the message. So the message, I don't want it as an input because a message can be a 2 line or it can be in 100 lines, right? So I will go with the text area. So text area is an element. I'm using a text area element to get the input from the user. So here I'm just giving an ID message and then name as message. Okay, so that's, if you want to give the row and the column, so how it's going to take, so that also we can mention. Okay. So everything has been merged here. Okay, if I click on this contact page, you can see the name and the messages. To split this, to break it down, I can use a break statement. Now you can see, and also you want to give the row numbers like 10 and column it's going to be 5. So already, so I can increase it. It's going to be too large. 50 and 20. So it is very less again. Okay, we'll see. Rows and yes, it is implemented, but it is too large. The column is 20 and the row is 50. Again, I'm changing this to 30. So now you can see the message. Okay. So like this, you can expand it as per the data. Okay. Here you can give one break. Okay. So like this, you can get it. And finally, what we need a submit button. So after this text area, we can include one submit button. So let me give break, and then I can add one button. Button type is equals to submit. Okay. The button is going to be again, the name is submit. So now you can see the submit button at the bottom. Okay. We are good with our home and contact page. So now we can go with a portfolio and about page. Let's go with our about page. As of now, everyone, I think everyone is in the same page. Any questions or any queries? I'm discounted it again. Oh, disconnected. Okay. So please check your internet connection, sir. So any questions as of now? So 1 minute. Thank you, Saravanan sir. So I'm just sharing the attendance link with you. Okay, just fill the attendance link. Okay, after 1 o'clock only we'll be having a break. Just check the attendance link once. Okay. So let me share the screen again. And one more thing in the about page, sorry, in the contact page, we can also include the footer, right? So when we can add the footer, so at the bottom of the page, right? So in the bottom of the page only we can add the footer. So select, I'm sorry, off my camera. Okay. So after this section, I can add this footer. In the footer, what I need, I'm just creating as a paragraph. And inside this, I'm just in copy is nothing but at C, the symbol we'll be getting. For that, we are including this. And then semicolon. So it is going to be 2024. And I'm just giving my name, alt rights reserved. Okay. So let's see the so okay, I'm sorry. Here you can see at the bottom, the footer has been updated. Okay. So now we can go with the portfolio. So what's in the portfolio? The same format we are going to follow from the top. So header should be there and the template. Okay. So what we can do is I can copy till this header. I'll paste it here. What else? Just giving exclamatory and I'm including the header button. So header should be the same thing. Okay. And here I need to change the name to portfolio. And one more thing we forget to add, that is nothing but there's the index page, this one, link, whatever the appealing we are going to add, that we need to include it, right? So we can include it. That's all. So after this header part, I can add section. Okay. In the section, what are the things I need? I need to showcase my projects. Okay. Whatever the projects I've done. So what I will do is I will add one container div. So div is nothing but it's a container. Okay. In that container, I'm just adding a class. Okay. So after this, I need a image and then heading. Okay, let's skip till this. Section and next is article and then div and then image. Yeah, so we got this, right? So here after this article, I'm just giving a name to be my project, my projects, and the div container. So I'm going to have one the big container. So inside the container, I will have a 3 container inside this. Why? Because I'm going to showcase my 3 projects inside that container. So the first container, I will give the large container. Okay, I just mention. It's going to be my large container. I can say it like that. Okay, here inside this, I will give a project grid is my class name. Okay. Inside this large container, I have a small container. 3 small containers. Okay. So that I'm going to give a name as div class project. Okay. So this is done. So inside this, okay, let's keep, I'll just paste it here. Here I will have a heading and I'm going to give a paragraph. Okay. So this small containers, I'm just going to copy this for 3 times. 1, 3. Okay, 3 containers. After this 3 containers, let me close this div. Okay, that's all. So this is a large container. Inside this, I have a 3 small containers. Okay, I just wrapped it up. Let's give a images. Okay, what are the images I'm going to give? First is I have images. Let me choose GFG, PNG. Okay, so which is already in our Explorer. Then heading, I can give the project name. Let's say MERN stack project. Okay, so and I'm giving like using. This is for a, let me give as e-learning platform. And again, so I'm mentioning this to be a main stack enterprise application. Okay. And the third, I need to import some images, right? So images, I can include some images like this one. Alt, you can give some details like GFG. And then here I'm adding EMP. The last one. Okay, let me go with only 2 projects. We'll skip this one. Okay, so make it very simple. Finally, we need to add a footer. So in this footer, let me give a paragraph and ampersand copy semicolon. Thousand 24 surely. Okay, and all rights reserved. That's all. Clear? Very simple. So now I'll just click on this portfolio page. You can see the image and then the heading and the paragraph. And again, the image and the heading and the paragraph. Okay. This is how we have created for the portfolio. So now the last final one is about.html. So I will just complete this about.html and then after the break, we will go with the style.css. Okay. So till this, any queries or any questions you have? Any challenges you are facing to understand this? Is this easy or you're facing any challenges to learn this? Please let me know.
Madam, we are able to understand, but we are not able to code along with you.
Okay, ma'am. So don't worry, I'll just share you the GitHub link. You can also view it. Okay. Once it is done, CSS part is done, I'll just share it in the the Teams.
So we are just watching it. I am just watching it and understanding. That's it. I'm not coding it now.
Okay. So faculties, don't worry, like we will be sharing the recordings, all the contents with you. So don't worry, just as of now, just understand the concepts. Okay. So I'll after the CSS part is over, I will be sharing the link with you. So, thank you for letting me know this, Kalyani ma'am. Thank you. Okay, let's go with the same thing. So first I will give exclamatory and click on enter and you will get this. I need the header part. So let me copy this header part inside this. Okay, so after this header part, I need some sections, right? So what I'm going to define. So here we can make it very simple. Section, article, After this article, I'm giving the, heading and the paragraph. Sorry. Okay. So in this articles, I'm just giving a name to be about me. Paragraph. I'm creating one ID because this I'm going to use it in my CSS maybe. So I'm just giving the ID. So Maheshwari. I'm just giving here as friend and developer. Okay. I'm just mentioning as a front end developer. After this, and okay, here I will add one a tag that is called as a block code. Okay, so this block code is to give some content that should be a special element, that is special content from the other. Okay, it should show a different. So that's why we are going for this block code. I'm giving okay is a front end developer. Okay, let me give it as working as a front end developer. Okay, I'm just giving as a simple block code. After this, I am adding one site inside this block code. Okay, inside this site, I'll just mention education. Okay. So this particular the block code and the site is it's not going to make a big changes, but this will show your content more special when compared to the other. Okay, that's why we are using this block code, and the site is if you give a site, so it will have a space. So let's see how it will print it, and I'm just copying the footer from here. Okay, I'll paste it here again. So now we can go to the code. Okay, so like this, you can see this is the name, and you can see the site. It is in an italic mode. Okay, that is the only difference. And you can see some intent space while we are giving this block code. You can see some intent space. So this is the main difference of this block code and the site. Okay, I think it's already 1 o'clock. So what we can do is we can take the lunch break till 1:30 and then join back at 1:30 so we can continue with the CSS part, and then I will hand over the session to Rishikesh sir, so he will continue with the heat up concepts. Okay, you have used HTML CSS one with the same page, you will update for React and Node. Priya ma'am, I'm not going to use the same thing for React and Node. So as of now, on the first day, it's going to be the first day, right? So I'm just showing the HTML CSS portfolio page. Okay. So later to that, we have a different applications are waiting. So it's not going to be the same thing. Okay. Fine. And I have shared the attendance links with you all. Please check the attendance link and please update your attendance, because if you're not going to update your attendance, then again consider you're absent for the day. So please make sure that you are marking your attendance. Okay. So any queries or any questions? Okay, I will share it again, no problem. I have shared again. So please check and please update. So it will not take more time. So just it will take just 3 to 4 minutes. Just complete the form and then you can go for a quick. Okay. And please join at 1:30. Thank you so much. Faculty members will wait for other 5 more minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will start the session. Just put a message in the WhatsApp group and then we'll start.
Hurry up.
Okay. I think we can start with our session now. Let me also put a message once again in the WhatsApp group. Okay, fine. So we can start with our session. So it is already 1:47. Okay, fine. So as of now, we completed till the HTML part, right? So we need to move on to the CSS part. For that, let me run this file. Okay, I have this part now. Okay. So I want to make this more attractive to the client. So how we can do that? Let's see. First, for the body element, I hope everyone is back, right? I saw some messages. Let's start. I'm going to include some properties and value for my elements so that it looks good while visiting the website. Okay. So in a simple way, we can say we can now make a good presentation on your website. Okay, let's apply some styles. So font family, you can give whatever the font family. You can see there are a lot of options. Okay, let me go with Lucido. This is not preferable. Why? Because whenever you are giving a portfolio that should look nice, you can go with Arial. Okay, let me give this than Arial. All right. So after this font family, there is some. Let me show this. There is some, margin and the paddings are there. There is some space right at the top. So if you right click and once you go to the inspect element, here
Uma,
you
can
can
you
see
share the
exactly.
screen? Uma.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. Sure.
Okay, no issue.
Okay. So
Yeah,
here I
now,
have, so now is it visible?
yeah, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Rishikesh. So, so this is, I'll just, again, I'll tell you, I have created one style.css file here in the portfolio folder. So inside this, I'm going to apply some property for my elements. Okay. So let's see, the first one is font family and the next one is, let's go to the output. And here, if you choose the element, you can see the space at the top, right? So this empty space, the margin. So there is a margin and the padding values. So I don't want it. So usually in all the browsers, you will have some margin and the padding values. To skip that, I'm adding a this margin property as a 0 pixel. Okay. So whenever you are giving a 0 pixel, you don't want to mention 0 px pixel value. So you can go with a 0 itself. Okay. And the padding property as 0. And then the box sizing. So box sizing concept is, anyone knows like what is box sizing? Anyone know like what is box sizing? No idea? No problem. We'll see what it is. So there is a, two way we can give like border box and content box. Okay. So content box means it will take the, padding and the margin and the border values together. But when you use, so let's say for an example, I'll just tell you. So if I have a width of some 300 pixels and the height of some 300 pixels and some border to be 2. Okay. So, but the original container width and height is going to be 300. But what happened is, when I use the content box, okay, when I use a content box, my entire page will, the container values is going to change. How it is going to change? The width will change to for all the 4 sides. Let me also show you this. Here we have something, right? So for all the 4 sides, it will take, it will consider the border is going to be 111. Okay. So 11 means what happened? For left to right, it's going to be the width, right? So 302 is a width and the height is going to be 302. So this is totally wrong. So that is why we are going to include this border box. This will exclude the border values and the padding values. Okay. Next, we can move on to the header. So how we can make a changes in the header. I'm adding a background color for this header. Okay, let me give some color. Light green. It's sea green color. And for the text, I'm just giving a black color. Happen. Okay. I'm giving a color black color and again I'm adding some padding values. So here if you're going to give it as a single value, it applies for all the 4 sides, right? But if it is going to be for the one particular, that is only I'm just going to mention 2 values, then it considers the first value is the top and bottom and the second is going to be the left and right. Okay. For the top and bottom, I'm giving 10 pixels. For the left and right, I'm giving a 0 pixels. And text align should be in the center. Okay. So now we will see, is there any modification happened? Okay. Here you can see the background color and the color of the text and the padding value and text is in the center. All right. Okay. So next is what we can do is we can apply some the navigations. Okay. The unordered list and let's see. For navigation unordered list, I don't want the list style. A list style should be none. None means the bullet points will be removed. And I don't want the padding values. Let make it as a 0. Okay. And then after to this, let me close other things. Okay. So like this, we have our content, but again, it is in a block level, right? So block level means it's in the next line, but it should occupy only the necessary space. So for that, what we can do, I can add nav, an order list, and the list of elements. So the display should be in a inline. Okay. And the margin is going to be 0 and 10 pixel. Means top and bottom is going to be 0 and on the left and right, because left and right I definitely need a space. It will be in a horizontal manner. So let's see. So yeah, it is updated. Clear? And next to this, I'm adding nav, unordered list and list of element. For the anchor, anchor tag, I'm going to give the color to be black. Okay, and I don't want any text decoration. The underline can be removed. So text decoration should be none. Okay, so you can see how it has been displayed. All right. So we can that is give some other attractive things to our website. So how we can do this? Let me. So we have many heading two tags, right? So I'm going to give the pseudo element there. So pseudo elements means nothing but in an element, you're going to make some changes in particular content. Okay. So inside the element, we are going to make some changes for particular text. So especially for H2 and the before, I'm just before the H2 element, I need to include something. So let me give uh, some double quotes. Okay. I'm adding a double quotes and then so let's see where we have this H2. H2 my projects. Okay, here. So let me add some data here. So let me give it as a double quote. Okay, and then I'm giving some color as green, giving hyphen. Okay, here you can see the hyphen is there and it is in green color. All right. So same like that. I'm again for the paragraph elements. I'm going to include the first line. It should be the font weight of. So any doubts, please ask me. Okay, it should be in bold. So where is paragraph? Paragraph. It is in the footer also, right? So let me scroll down. Footer you can see. Let's footer font and then color. I'm giving some blue color. Okay. So where exactly this paragraph is not. Okay, I will add one more paragraph. Is not reflecting. So okay, we'll see. Oh, sorry, not included this first line. Change it like first letter. Oops. So actually it has been applied in this C, but for the other paragraphs also we can check. So see here, so this is also, it is in the bold and the color has been changed to blue. Okay. And next is I'm applying the first letter. So this is also another pseudo element, first line. So in the first line, again, I can give some font size. So 2EN. So this is going to get the font size of its parent element. Okay. So if I'm mentioning for the paragraph and what is going to be its parent. So let's imagine it's going to be in a div container. Then it will take the font size of it. Let's consider that is going to be in 16. Then 2 into 16 is 32 pixel. It will take a 32 pixel. For an example, I'm just telling you. And for the color, I'm giving red. So now you can see the size of it. Let's click on inspect. Okay, 1 second. So you can see the font size is like 16 pixel has been applied, and it is changed to its parent element. So whatever the parent element it contains, it has been applied here. Okay, and then so like the small changes, but the major changes we can see. Applying the class name. So the class name called project grid, right? So inside the project grid, I'm giving a display grid. So what is display grid? Display grid is nothing but it's a container box. In that container box, I have a different element. I have a two elements, right? Two projects. So how to wrap this? For that, to separate the column, that container into a column, I'm using a grid template columns. And inside the grid template columns, I'm using a repeat. So repeat is a function here I'm using to get the pattern to be repeated. Okay. So it's going to autofill the value, and the min and the max value of this particular column. For the minimum value, I can set it to 300 pixel, and the maximum it is going to be 1 FR. Okay. So, and let's see. As of now, task fields. Okay, I need to give the gap and the other things. Let's see how we can do it. Okay, so the gap is going to be like 1 REM. So 1 REM is the font size. It will be taken from the root element. Okay, and then a transition. So I'm going to give some transition. So let me give a transform. So transition is nothing but if you want to change some modification for your element, the shape. Okay, then we can go. It's not only the shape, you can change the color and the other things. We can apply this. So transform, and then I'm giving like the duration of it, and it's going to be in a is timing function. Okay, and if you want to add any other thing apart from this transform, you can give a comma, and what you're going to change. Let me give background color, and that is also going to take 0.3 seconds and the ease. Okay. So after this part, we need to give one thing. So when I should get the transition, I should get the transition when I hover the grid element. Okay. So project, sorry, I was using hyphen or I'm using hyphen, right? Okay, let me use the same hyphen grid and then project grid. So when I hover the grid element, so it should show the these things. Okay. So project grid hover, and it should transform into the scale of 1.2, and then it should rotate to 10 degree. Okay. And the background color, I can give it as some color. Okay. You can see when I hover this, it's changing, right? Is not applied for this. Okay, clear. So the image is getting changed. Smaller div container. So okay, fine. So next is So what are the things I need to mention in the project? That is our small container. Okay. So let me give dot project. Inside the dot project, let me give a border of 1 pixel and solid, some color. Okay. Okay. And then a padding of 1 rem and border radius. So radius is nothing but the edges of the container. It becomes blend. Okay. So I'm giving us 8 pixel and the background color. Again, I can give some light color. Okay. And then what else? So I want these container element, which is placed inside the large container. I want to make that to be arranged in a column wise. So for that, I'm introducing a new concept called the display flex. Okay. So flex direction, it's going to be a column. Okay. Flex directions is going to be the column. And then I will align the elements. That is, I align the items. This is going to be in a horizontal manner. So I want to align it in a center. Okay. So this is how it is placed. And then again, I'm mentioning my project image. I have included some images, right? It should be in a margin. That's the margin bottom should be 1 rem. Okay. And what else we have? I think we have already mostly done. Okay. Then the section part. We need to include some details in the section part. Let me give a padding of 20 pixels. Okay. So in all the HTML element, we have a section, right? So I'm going to give all the 4 sides. It should take a 20 pixels, and then it should be in a display of flex. Flex means it has only a single directions, right? The flex is a single direction, but here we can achieve the, two-dimensional, that is 2 directions. So how we can achieve it? Using a flex wrap, flex flow concept, right? We can mention a row and wrap so that we can make it as a, we will get both the row and column. But in a grid, normally it has a row and column. Okay. I hope everyone is following whatever I'm saying. If you have any doubts, you can put a message. We'll check and reply for it. Okay. Here I will just mention a flex wrap. So flex wrap means it is in a single direction, right? If I'm giving an element for more than 20 or something, it keeps on going and you will get a horizontal bar. So to avoid it, what we can do, we can give a wrap here. Okay. And justify the content. So for justifying a content, there are multiple options we have. Let me show you. If I give, you can see the baseline, center, and first line. Like there are a lot of things. But as of now, I need a space between one element to the other element. So let me give a space between. Okay. So that's the section part is over. Let me go to the home page. Okay. So next. So everything has been wrapped inside the background color. Okay. Next is article. We have the child element inside the section that are articles, site, and figure, and form, table, and then we have something called as block code, right? For all the elements, I'm giving some the margin values. Margin the space like top and the bottom, it's going to be 20 pixels. And for the left and right, I'm giving a 0 pixels. Okay. And figure, Inside the figure element, I have a child element that is called as an image, right? For an image, I need the maximum width of 100%. Okay, but I think we have given some width and height for it. And the grid row. Why I'm giving a grid row? Grid row, why? Because in the section element, we have mentioned these things to be in a flex, right? So whatever the image we are going to place inside, that is going to be in a grid. So grid, a row, and a column is going to be in an auto here. Grid column, it's going to be auto. Okay. So I have included a very less number of content. That's why it is showing like this. You can include more content. Okay. And after this, I can add a table. So in a table, let me give the width of some 100% and the border collapse. So what is border collapse? We don't want a multiple line. It is a table. Here it is, right? So this table, I want it as a single line. Sometimes it is show it as a two line if I give a border. To avoid that, I'm giving a border collapse. Okay. So after this, I want to give some property to a table th and the table tt data. What is that? So here we are giving a border value. If you are not going to give this, then the border will be, it will give some padding value in between and cell spacing will be there, right? So to avoid it, we are going with this collapse, solid and black. Padding us for all the four sides, I'm giving a 8 pixel and T food TD. Font weights, it's going to be bold. And then text align is going to be center. Okay. And if you want to mention any width value and the other things, we can give it. Okay. So finally, what I can do is I am going to include last one more concept that is called as a multimedia concept. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It is a media query concept. So why we are using media queries? It is to make your page more responsive. That is the only reason we are including this. So other elements, just work it out from your end, because we have not done any property. We have not given any property for the footer and the block code and the site. That you can take it as an homework. Okay, you just work it on at your home and just you can also share the screenshot in the WhatsApp group. As of now, I'm just going to look into the media queries. The media query here, I'm giving the maximum width. That is to up to which maximum width how it is going to be reflect. Let's say I'm giving a 768 pixel. Okay. In this maximum width, inside this, I'm giving a navigation and nodal list and list. So previously what we have given the display, it's going to be an inline, right? So now I'm changing this to block element when it's going to be in a maximum width of 768. So we can consider this to be in a mobile size. Okay. If it is going to be a mobile size, it will show it as a block element. But when it crosses 768, then it will show it as an inline. Okay. So the margin is 5 pixels and 0. And then, okay, as of now, okay, we can add one more thing. Section, I can give the flex direction is going to be column. Okay. So previously what we have given, I think we have given row. So now, and the last one is a video. I'm giving a maximum width of 100%. Okay. So we'll see how it is going to reflect. So this is my project. Okay, this is a 768 pixels, so it is showing all the home, portfolio, contact, and about. If I change the value to 789, so how it is showing, it is changing into a display inline. Okay, whatever the value, let's say I'm giving 767, then it is going to be in a block level element. And again, if I'm changing that to some 800, it's going to be what? Inline element. Okay, clear everyone? So this is the idea which I have given. So what you can do is, you can do as a that is homework, and try the property and the value. Take some CSS properties and value and apply it for the other element as well. Okay. So thank you so much for listening. I can hand over this to Rishikesh sir. So he will continue with GitHub. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes, sure,
ma'am.
ma'am. I will share.
So, ma'am, okay, don't worry, ma'am. Will be share the code. Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rishikesh Maure. So now, just 1 minute, I will share my screen. So now we are going to start the chapter number 2. We will do the one thing. I'm sharing my screen. Just I'm sharing the screen. It will take a little bit time. Just to wait for the 1 minute. Okay, so I hope everyone getting my screen. Just anyone give me the thumbs up. My screen visible to everyone. Just anyone can give me the thumbs up. So in the React, we have options. So you can give me the thumbs up as well if you are getting my screen. Thank you. So now, yeah. So now we are going to start our chapter number. So chapter name is the leveraging the GitHub for the web application. So in this learning objective, in this chapter, we are going to learn about the, first one we'll discuss about the GitHub concept, or that we call the version control system. We'll discuss about the what is the VCS, version control system. And then we'll discuss about the how to set up the GitHub account. Along with that, we will discuss the two things, how to set up the local account, and then we will see that how to create the account on the GitHub. Then we'll discuss about the some basic command that is available in the GitHub, how to init the code, how to clone the code, how to add the code, what is the commit command, what is the push command. So along with that, we will just do the hands-on exercise for the deploying the code, for the for integrating the code with the repository, and then we will just to see about the AI assistant. So every day, everyone hear about that. Nowadays we have different kinds of the AI assistant. We can use that in the development also. So now before moving toward the Git and GitHub, first I will discuss about the what is the version control system. So in the short form, sometime we will call it the VCS. So now